Good afternoon, everyone. Could I have your attention? Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. The Secretary to the Cabinet will be arriving shortly. So when he comes in, could we please be upstanding? And then we shall have the two national anthems, and then we shall proceed with the closing session. Thank you.
Let us all arise. Let us all arise. Our guest about to enter. Our chief guest, Mr. Patrick Kangwa, the Secretary to the Cabinet Government of Zambia, and I'll recognize the other distinguished guests later. We now want to do the anthem, first of Africa Union, and then the government of Zambia, the anthems. Thank you, and you may be seated. Our chief guest, Mr. Patrick Kangwa, the Secretary to the Cabinet of the Government of Zambia. We are so grateful, so very grateful. We know that it has been a difficult scheduling for you to be with us this early afternoon, but we are grateful that you found time to come and be with us and to perform the closing ceremony of our time here. We've been here for 4 days. This has been the commemoration of the Africa Day for Food and Nutrition. security, and also for the CADIP partnership platform. We've had a very wonderful time here, learning and reflecting back and looking forward. And that has been greatly assisted by the wonderful hospitality that we have enjoyed of the government and the people of Zambia. Let's appreciate the government of Zambia. Now, chief guests, if you allow me, I'll just mention the fellow guests who are with you. We've got the permanent secretary of administration in the office of the vice president, Mrs. Lillian Kapusana. I'm so grateful that you are with us. Again, let's appreciate the permanent secretary. They are also joined by Dr. Godfrey Bahigwa, the Director of Agriculture and Rural Development of AUC DAD. So if we can appreciate Dr. Bahigwa. They're joined by Mr. Odd Anderson, Regional Food Security Envoy, Norway, and incoming chair of the CADIP DPCG. Let's appreciate them. And before we proceed further, we'd like to taste the wonderful hospitality of Zambia by inviting a group to perform for us, and then we can proceed from there. Thank you.
Another corner, the white man. Okay. I don't know whether he's speaking. All the speakers, he's speaking. Is he speaking? No, I can give you my seat since I'm organizing. You can put it.
Just go. You can just go behind there.
No. What is it she wants? Oh. Oh, okay. Oh, I did, yeah.
Great appreciation, great appreciation. Thank you. It's been a wonderful Zambian welcome. We've had 4 wonderful days. There was a proposal that because Zambia government accepts a dual nationality, the forms have run out for those who want to become a dual nationals of Zambia. So if you didn't get a form, the Secretary to the Cabinet is here and he might make some exceptions. Thank you very much. Now our guest of honor, we would like to continue with the speeches. And right now we want to first of all start with reading out of the event communique. And I want to invite Mrs. Esteline Lesing Fortabong, Director of Agriculture, Food Security and Environmental Sustainability in AUD NEPAD. And so if Mrs. Esteline could come and speak from here, that would be wonderful. Let's welcome her. Let's appreciate her. Thank you.
Excellency, the Secretary of Cabinet, Mr. Peter Kangwa, the permanent secretaries from the government here present, other government officials that are here present, member states, representatives from all other African Union member states, representative of the regional economic communities of the African Union, development partners here present, representative of civil society, distinguished colleagues. Let me also recognize my brother and colleague, Dr. Godfrey Bayua, of course, representing the commissioner. It gives me great pleasure to present the work of our collective effort. What I'm going to read out today is not the work of the Secretariat that have put together this report and the communique, but the communique is a reflection of what we have been doing the last 3 days. So allow me to read the communique of the 14th African Day for Food and Nutrition Security commemoration and the 19th Comprehensive African Agricultural Development Program, CAADP Partnership Platform. It is, the communique is a bit lengthy, so in consideration of the time that we have, I will not go paragraph by paragraph of the detailed communique. You will all have that because it will be posted online. I will focus on the key messages. But however, in terms of the structure, we have a preamble of the commission, of the communique, starting with a declaration that captures the statements that were made by all the high-level officials during the opening ceremony, in particular the statement by the Vice President of the Republic of Zambia and all the other high-level speakers. It's well-structured communique, and as I said, you will all be able to have a full read of it as it will be posted on our respective website. So allow me to go straight into reading the key messages from the conference. So the first key message, recognizing, of course, the participation of the different actors, including the youth, the women, and all the different side events that we have had the last several days. These key messages have tried to capture that very rich discussions that we've had. So the first message is on boosting intra-Africa trade in agricultural commodities and services. And it raised the imperative of enhancing intra-Africa trade in agricultural goods and services was a focal point. Discussion centered on creating frameworks that promote trade, overcoming barriers, and leveraging technology to facilitate smoother exchanges across African nations. Presenters stressed the need for collaborative trade policies to foster economic growth in the agricultural sector. The second key message is ending hunger and halving poverty by 2025, a moral and economic imperative. Addressing hunger and poverty emerged as both a moral responsibility and an economic necessity. Speakers highlighted the urgency of achieving these goals, underlining the impact on human welfare and the correlation with economic development. It was underscored that a concerted effort is crucial, calling for a combined approach from governments, international organizations, and local community. The third message in the communique is on reflections on CAADP at 20, priorities for the remaining 2 years and future directions. In commemorating the 20th anniversary of CAADP, participants reflected on its journey, achievements, and areas needing attention in the final 2 years of its program cycle. Key discussion revolved around the importance of aligning future strategies with contemporary challenges, underlining the need for continued investment in agriculture, bolstering policy support, and setting a new direction for the post-2025 agenda. The fourth message from the conference is the role of women in agricultural development in Africa. Women's indispensable role in agriculture was emphasized, highlighting the need for their empowerment, access to resources, and involvement in decision-making. The discussions call for gender-inclusive policies, fair land rights, education, and financial support to elevate the status of women in agriculture. The fifth message is the role of the youth in shaping Africa's social and economic development. The youth's importance in driving Africa's social and economic advancement was a significant topic. Conversations revolved around creating platforms for youth engagement, education, and entrepreneurship in agriculture. Emphasis was placed on integrating young voices in policymaking and enabling their participation in agricultural innovation. The sixth message, embracing research to propel Africa forward. The need to prioritize research in agriculture was underlined, highlighting its role in driving innovation, sustainable farming practices, and informed policy making. Calls were made for increased investment in agricultural research to address challenges and advance Africa's agricultural landscape. The seventh message, embracing technology, including artificial intelligence, for Africa's transformation agenda. Discussions highlighted the pivotal role of technology, including artificial intelligence, in Africa's transformation, Participants stressed the need to adapt and harness technological advancements to revolutionize farming practices, increase productivity, and bolster the continent's competitive edge in global markets. The 8th point, linking Africa's production systems to processing and value chain elements. Delegates underscore the importance of integrating Africa's agricultural production systems with processing and value chain elements. Emphasizing the significance of these interconnected elements, the discussions advocated for improvements in policies, infrastructure, logistics, and market access to enhance the continent's economic development. The 9th point, or the 9th message, is intertwining good nutrition with food systems and agricultural productivity. The inseparable relationship between good nutrition, food systems, and agricultural productivity was the focal point. Speakers advocated for comprehensive food systems that prioritize nutritious, diverse, and safe food production. Recognizing the synergies between agricultural productivity and better nutrition, there were calls for strategies that integrate nutrition-sensitive approaches into agricultural practices. The 10th message on the communique reads, the impact of good nutrition on social and economic development. The wide-ranging impact of good nutrition on social and economic development was underscored. Discussions highlighted the significance of nutrition in shaping healthy populations, fostering human capital, reducing healthcare costs, and enhancing workforce productivity. It was emphasized that adequate nutrition is fundamental for economic development, poverty reduction, and the overall well-being of African societies. The 11th message, the importance of strengthening mutual accountability to results and actions. The meeting participants emphasized the need for continuing the efforts to build strong data systems and research to ensure that policy formulation and implementations are evidence-based. There were calls to ensure that the biennial review process continues post-Malabo, and that many of the review processes that support the CAADP should be strengthened. To the extent that the National Agricultural Investment Plans are a vehicle for policy and aspirations that countries have, their design should, to a greater extent, be guided by expert understanding of the Malabo and CAADP dictates. The 12 points or message, development and adoption of standards. The conference showcased the pivotal role of standards set forth by the African Organization of Standardization. These standards fostering increased intra-African trade in agricultural goods and services were highlighted as essential tools for Africa's economic advancement. It was emphasized that the adoption of these standards by African governments, farmers, and other relevant stakeholders could profoundly impact trade, economic growth, and regional cooperation, but amongst other things, minimizing commodity rejection rates. Delegates advocated for the proactive utilization of these standards to enhance trade practices and the overall economic landscape, stressing the transformative potential of standardized regulation in bolstering Africa's progress and development. Those are the 12 key messages in the declaration. In the commemoration of this gathering, the joint 14 ADFNS commemoration and the 19 CAADP Partnership Platform delivered this resounding call to action for African nations and stakeholders in the global sphere. Your Excellency, this is the outcome of the deliberations and discussion the last 2 days of all the stakeholders that are here present. I submit.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mrs. Esterine Lesinge Fortabong, for summarizing that communique. And indeed, that will be the reference document for the work going forward. Allow me now to invite to give brief closing remarks a number of people that have been assigned for this section, starting with Mrs. Providence Mavubi, who is a director from the COMESA Secretariat. Let's give Mrs. Mavubi a big hand as she comes, shall we?
Thank you, moderator. Secretary to the Cabinet, Government of Zambia, officials from the Government of Zambia, Member of Parliament present, Dr. Godfrey Bahigwa, representing the African Union Commission, Mrs. Esterine, representing the Outer NEPAD, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol duly observed, good morning. I bring you warm greetings from the COMESA executive who have not been able to participate in this very important event due to ongoing policy organ meetings. During these two events of Africa Day of Food and Nutrition and Security and the CADA Partnership Platform, we have exchanged a lot of very useful information, shared important lessons and best practice on how we can jointly work together to adequately and sustainably address the key challenge facing Africa agriculture and food system. We are also critically underscore the need to take care of the environmental concern and to more actively engage and involve our youth and women in all our efforts on the continent. We trust that this combined forum has provided crucial input for the post-Malabo programming to transform our continent's agri-food system for improved food and nutrition security and the general well-being of our population in line with our Agenda 2063. The key message that came up during the deliberation has been driving practical implementation of our CADAP agenda and calls for more and sustainable resourcing from both and public sector. I believe you will agree with me that the Africa Continental Free Trade Area is a great initiative for the continent. Creating a neighboring environment is critical to ensuring that we have supply of safe, affordable, and nutritious food. And if we are to effectively implement the Africa Continental Free Trade Area and deal with the issue of food and nutrition and reliable security on our continent, we need to work together. Our producers, including farmers, should be accorded the opportunity to link to and benefit from expanded market offered by ACFTA so that they can create wealth and get out of the vicious cycle of poverty. This implies give them the required support that they would need to enable them exploit and benefit from the Continental Free Trade Area. As a regional economic community, we pledge to continue working with the African Union and its agency and various partners, both development and technical, to support the implementation of CADAP and the African Union Agenda 2063. We know very well that working in partnership helps in leveraging each other's capacity and resources for greater and sustainable outcomes and impacts. We thank our development and technical partner who have contributed to the organization of this event and support in various ways in the implementation of the CADAP. I also thank distinguished delegates and participants for your valuable input to the various deliberation that you have made in this forum, and it has made it a success. We equally thank very much the government of Zambia and its people for the hospitality accorded to all of us and for successfully hosting this event. I wish you all a very safe travel back to your respective country. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Shukran. Zikomo mkamili.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Providence Mavubi, the director from the COMESA Secretariat, for indeed those brief closing remarks. The next one to come and present their remarks, Mr. Odd Arnesen. He's the Regional Food Security Envoy from Norway and the incoming chair of the Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program Development Partners Coordination Group, CAADP-DPCG. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Arnesen.
Thank you so much. I think I'm actually the chair now. So, but thank you for welcoming me here. I know some of you have a challenge addressing me as Odd. It's not my nickname. It's an old traditional Norwegian name, so you are free to call me Odd anytime. I really look forward to interact with all of you as the new incoming chair, or as the chair, actually. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. On behalf of the Development Partners Coordination Group, I would like to start by expressing our deep appreciation to the AUC and the AUDA NEPAD, and not least the government and the people of Zambia for inviting us to participate in the commemoration of the 14th Day, Africa Day for Food and Nutrition Security, and the 19th CAADP Partnership Platform. The last few days have indeed been filled with solid interventions and interactions, and it emphasizes again the importance of food and nutrition security in the way forward, ensuring agricultural transformation in Africa and prosperity to its people. The DPCG expresses its satisfaction with the partnership that we have developed over the past decades, and with the mutual accountability and benefits for the good of the people that we all serve. I'm not going to be long, but would like to leave you with some few messages that came out of the DPCG's deliberations while we were here. All members of the DPCG present reaffirm commitments and support to the CAADP agenda. As we entered the last 2 years of the Malabo Declaration, we are mindful of the challenges of delivering on the Malabo Declarations. The DPCG is encouraged by the actions taken to ensure the continuity of CAADP while taking into account new challenges. As you prepare the post-Malabo agenda, the DPCG would like to see even more synergies and consultations to carve a strong and comprehensive agenda. The DPCG going forward will develop an action plan that will clearly define its interventions and support while ensuring this mutual accountability. We call upon all of us to work together to ensure that we deliver on these 2 last years of the Malabo Declaration, and not least on a very strong post-Malabo agenda. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Odd, as you've invited us to call you, Mr. Arnesen, the Regional Food Security Envoy, and indeed the chair of the CAADP-DPCG. Next, we'll invite Dr. Godfrey Bahigwa. He is the Director for Agriculture and Rural Development with the AUC-DARD. Let's put our hands together and give him a round of applause as he also comes to give us his closing remarks. Dr. Bahigwa.
Thank you, moderator. Mr. Patrick Kangwa, the Secretary to Cabinet, Government of Zambia, my sister Estherine Fotabong, the Director of Agriculture, Food Security and Environmental Sustainability, AUDA NEPAD, Mrs. Providence Mabvubi, the Director of Agriculture, Commercial Secretariat, Mr. Odd Anderson, the Chair of the CADAP DPCG, all officials on the podium, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I stand here with great honor to deliver these closing remarks, reflecting the exceptional commemoration of the 14th Africa Day for Food and Nutrition Security and the 19th CADAP Partnership Platform meeting alongside the Malabo Policy Learning event over the past 4 exciting days. Her Excellency Ambassador Josepha Sako would have loved to be here with us, but was unable to do so. She had to accompany the chairperson of the AU Commission to Washington, D.C. to attend the annual AU-US high-level dialogue. Chief guest, our conversations over the last 4 days, as you heard in the communique read by Mrs. Fotabong, have been very rich and will be useful in shaping the agenda for the transformation of agri-food systems on our continent in the coming years. First and foremost, before I proceed, let me extend my heartfelt gratitude to the government and people of Zambia for their warm hospitality in hosting the joint commemoration of the Africa Day for Food and Nutrition Security, as well as the 19th CADAP PP. This marks a historic occasion because it is the first time that these 2 events are being organized jointly. We are truly delighted that these events have facilitated constructive dialogues on issues of common interest on agriculture, food, and nutrition security communities on our continent. Through you, Chief Guest, I would like to express my sincere thanks to Her Excellency Mutale Nalumango, the Vice President of the Republic of Zambia, for delivering the keynote address, providing valuable insights into actions that we must prioritize to combat hunger and poverty and malnutrition on our continent. Indeed, as the participants may recall, she challenged us and said that in subsequent meetings, we should not be reporting increasing numbers of hungry people on the continent. We should present positive results out of the actions from these discussions. My gratitude extends to the honorable ministers and permanent secretaries that were able to join us in commemorating these 2 events. The presence of the African members of parliament was a privilege, highlighting the crucial role that parliamentarians continue to play in ensuring food and nutrition security through the oversight role that they play, as well as budget allocation to the agriculture sector. I also wish to acknowledge the unwavering support of our technical and development partners, whose contributions have greatly contributed to the success of these events. I'm pleased to report, Chief Guest, that these 2 events saw over 1,500 online registrations and over 400 physical delegates, which is a testament to the wide-ranging interest in the discussions on these 2 events. Over these 4 days, under the theme Accelerating the Implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement in the context of the CADAP Commitment on Ending Hunger by 2025, we engaged in a wide range of discussions. We had the Malabo Policy Learning event, the 5 thematic sessions, and 12 side events covering diverse aspects. We reflected on CADAP's journey over the last 2 decades, explored science, innovation, and research, delved into issues of financing agri-food systems and nutrition through private sector engagement and examined the synergy between CAADP implementation as well as the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. We also gained insights into strengthening institutional capacities, fostering existing partnerships, and enhancing knowledge management. Distinguished guests, our discussions have led to numerous calls for action, as you heard in the communique, across the different sessions that we organize, urging all of us to act with the urgency to accelerate the implementation of the CAADP Malabo targets, especially knowing that we are only remaining with 2 years to the end of that declaration. We noted that as much as we have made progress in the implementation of CAADP, a lot remains to be done if we are going to achieve the Malabo goals and targets in the next 2 years. As we reflect on the actions towards the next decade of CAADP 2026-2035 and implementing Africa's common position on food systems transformation, as well as the National Food Systems Pathways, we are called upon to accelerate the pace of implementation, working with our partners, regional economic communities, and member states to develop food systems guidelines, to update the existing CAADP implementation guidelines, and to fully incorporate food systems approach into the CAADP implementation. As we celebrate our achievements and reflect on the lessons learned, let us not forget the journey, that our journey continues. We have a duty to build on these successes that we have achieved, embrace innovation, and confront new challenges, such as climate change and the various shocks, both internal and external to our continent. With the resilience and determination that have brought us this far, we can continue to shape a brighter future for our continent. CAADP's legacy over the last 20 years is a testament to the enduring commitment by our African leaders towards agricultural transformation. I note with agreement the discussions around strategies and mechanisms for promoting and enabling investment in agri-food systems and nutrition sectors, which are of critical importance. The discussions that have been summarized, and I'm trying to be brief here in the communique, again, are a testament to the commitment and interest by the delegates in the subjects. Let us commit to nurturing these partnerships, exploring innovative financing models, and creating an enabling environment for the private sector to thrive. In doing so, we can unlock the potential of Africa's agriculture and realize the aspirations that are outlined in the CAADP agenda. As I come to the end, would like to call upon our regional economic communities, our member states, our development and technical partners to continue working with us in this journey of agricultural transformation on our continent. Let us think and strategize continentally, act and implement regionally, make an impact at the grassroots level to ensure that all this is done in a coordinated and facilitated manner. Chief Guest, thank you very much for gracing this occasion. And dear participants, I thank you for your attention.
And thank you, Dr. Bahigwa, for your remarks. Would now like to invite the Permanent Secretary Administration in the Office of the Vice President of the Republic of Zambia, Mrs. Lillian Kapusana, to also come and give her remarks, and then go on to invite our guest of honor to address us. Let's put our hands together. Give Mrs. Kapusana a round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. the Secretary to Cabinet, and all distinguished guests. I suppose Mr. Paddy is remembering the other day when I had to bring in a culture troupe. For this morning, the task that he wants me to do will be performed by the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture. At this point in time, since it's called upon me, and we have a pending competition with Uganda, Paddy, I'll let you do your job. Thank you.
I did say brief remarks, didn't I? Thank you, Mrs. Kapusana. Well, allow me now to invite Matthew Tembo, and he is one who has already performed in the course of our program here, and he has drawn the attention of many delegates. But let's welcome him one more time as he comes to give us another performance with Matthew Tembo.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it's Matthew Tembo again, and I'm going to play a song called Mtendere. Mtendere means peace. I'll just sing along to a recording I did, and this song is actually in my latest album. And as we talk about food security, I think it's important to realize that it's hard to attain food security without peace. So I'd like to dedicate this song to peace all over Africa. So peace in Ethiopia, I know there's fighting going on there. Peace in Sudan, peace in Niger, and everywhere where we need peace. So this one. Listen to
One more time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Tembo, with that very apt message, Mutendere, peace. Let me invite the Permanent Secretary from the Ministry of Agriculture, Mrs. Yvonne Mpundu, to come and do the honors of inviting our guest of honor to address us in this closing ceremony. Let's put our hands together for Mrs. Yvonne Mpundu.
The Secretary to Cabinet, Mr. Patrick Kangwa, Her Excellency Ms. Nado Bekele Thomas, Chief Executive Officer of African Union Development Agency, NEPAD, Honorable Members of Parliament from African Union Member States, Dr. Abebe Haile, Assistant Director General and Regional Representative for Africa, FAO, Mr. Ode Esne, Regional Food Security Envoy, Norway, and incoming CADIP Development Partners Coordination Group Chair, Permanent Secretaries present, and other senior government officials present, representatives of development partners and donors, members of the diplomatic corps, representatives of the private sector, the academia and the research institutions, civil society organizations, farmer associations, youth associations, the media, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. My task this afternoon is to simply invite the Secretary to Cabinet as he gives the closing remarks. Secretary to Cabinet, sir, you are welcome to give your remarks and address the audience, sir. You're welcome, sir.
Please be seated.
Your Excellency, Ms. Nados Bekele Thomas, Chief Executive Officer of African Union Development Agency, NEPAD, honorable members of Parliament from African Union member states,
Dr. Abebe Haile, Assistant Director General and Regional Representative for Africa, FAO. Mr. Odd Arnesen, Regional Food Security Envoy, Norway, and incoming CADIP Development Partners Coordination Group Chair. Permanent Secretaries present, and other senior government officials present. Representatives of development partners and donors, members of the diplomatic corps, representatives of the private sector, the academia and research institutions, civil society organizations, farmer associations, youth associations, the media, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I feel honored and privileged to be with you as we come to the end of the 14th edition of the Africa Day for Food and Nutrition Security and the 19th Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program Partnership Platform. Distinguished delegates, I am informed that the event deliberated on critical issues to promoting food and nutrition security, as well as agriculture development on the African continent. The recommendations from this event should translate into tangible action points. It is therefore important to leverage on our collective strengths and build synergies. Distinguished delegates, it has been re-emphasized that we need to empower rural communities if we are to attain food and nutrition security. We must therefore invest in science and technology to enhance their productivity. We must also ensure that we provide affordable credit to support our small-scale farmers who are actually feeding our countries. To achieve this, we must understand the global, continental, and regional contexts that we operate under. There is need to develop low-cost, high-impact interventions that will ensure that we sustainably produce what we consume. Distinguished delegates, there is an urgent call to invest in research and development, as well as knowledge management. The recent CADIP biannual report, which was presented here in one of the sessions, revealed that some countries were underreporting in what they were doing to enhance agriculture development. This is mainly attributed to inadequate information management systems to document the progress that was actually being attained. We therefore, as a matter of urgency, need to build capacity in our statistical bureaus and other implementing agencies. Distinguished delegates, the role of the private sector is cardinal to ensure that we are food and nutrition secure. The private sector is the engine of growth. We therefore need to engage in public-private partnerships and joint ventures, as well as promote intra-regional trade. Distinguished delegates, as the adage says, the youth are the future leaders. We need to ensure that they are brought on board and involved in wealth and job creation. The Youth Food Expo has demonstrated the potential that the youth have in contributing to enhancing food and nutrition security on the continent. I therefore call upon the youth not to shy away from agriculture. Agriculture should not be seen as an undertaking only to be pursued upon attaining retirement. Agriculture is what will develop this continent. Therefore, to our youth, you must invest your effort in agriculture whilst you're still young. Distinguished delegates, for the agriculture sector to develop, there is need to ensure that there is a conducive governance environment. As member states, we must ensure that policies and legislation are appropriate and take into account best practice and international standards. We must also ensure that there is adequate financing allocated to agriculture development. Distinguished delegates, in conclusion, I would like to thank the African Union for awarding our country to co-host this joint event with them. May I also thank our development partners for your technical and financial support. Let me also appreciate our delegates for your participation in this event. I am sure you have created networks and possible partnerships which will enhance collaboration and peer learning amongst member states. May I also encourage you to take time to enjoy our hospitality and tourism products, as well as services, before your safe return to your respective countries. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my singular honor and privilege to declare the 14th Africa Day for Food and Nutrition Security and the 19th edition of the Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program Partnership Platform officially closed. I thank you and may God bless you all.
Another round of applause for the Secretary to the Cabinet of the Republic of Zambia. Well, that then officially closes. But of course, we know that there's still a few more activities after lunch, which is what we'll be breaking into immediately after this particular segment. And so we invite you to return even for the other So we invite you to return to continue and finish with the deliberations that will take place after lunch. And so now, once again, I want to thank our Secretary to the Cabinet and thank all of you delegates for being here for this closing session. May I invite you to stand as we have the anthems, the AU anthem and the Zambian national anthem, after which we will remain standing as the Secretary to the Cabinet is ushered out. Thank you. Please remain standing as Secretary to the Cabinet is ushered out. And after which the delegates will be invited to lunch. We'll take a lunch break. All right, dear delegates, after lunch, the next session starts at 14:15. 14:15, and it will be in this very hall. So please let's make our way here 14:15 for the next session, so that all the others that will follow will be done on time and we can close and have everything that was planned. So enjoy your lunch, bon appetit. We'll see you at 14:15.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome back. And we hope you are looking forward to this session. It's our last plenary, so we'll only have the discussion groups after this. And without further ado, let me introduce the one who'll be moderating this session. Just to remind you, this is sub-theme 5. We are looking at strengthening the capacities of institutions, partnerships, knowledge management, and learning. And the moderator for this conversation is Robert Ouma from Policy Link. And let's welcome and appreciate Robert as he comes to moderate.
Thank you very much, Joshua, for the welcome. I don't feel that appreciated. I had some few scattered claps. So, all right, thank you. That's much better. I know it's coming after lunchtime, and it's also coming after the official closing. So, so I was joking a little bit that you should consider this to be a bonus session. You've had a lot of sessions. Now you have a bonus which you can enjoy. But the topic is not any less important than a lot of the stuff we've been discussing. It's actually a fairly serious subject. This issue of strengthening capacities of institutions, partnerships, knowledge management, and learning. So as much as we can discuss what sorts of things we want to do to transform African agriculture, if we don't have the requisite capacities, if we don't manage our knowledge, if we don't have the right partnership platforms. And by the way, the CAADP PP is an example of a partnership platform. If we don't have that, if we can't work together, then it doesn't really matter how beautiful your recommendations may sound. So this is not a trivial discussion. It's really, really important. And I think at this juncture in CAADP's life, reflecting on how well we've done on these topics, and assessing the effectiveness of whatever structures we've developed, thinking through what knowledge management and learning systems we have and what works, what doesn't work, and identifying what do we do differently is really critical, because Malabo is coming to an end and we are about to go into another phase of CAADP. So it's a great time to reflect on these topics. And I'm really excited to have an interesting panel here, but even more so, 2 presentations that I think would be extremely relevant to this topic. And I'd like to start by inviting the 2 presenters, and then later on I will invite the panelists. So for now, the panelists will remain in their seats. The first is Mengestab Haile, who is the Regional Director for Southern Africa for WFP. Is going to be speaking briefly on strengthening institutional capacities and building partnerships. So please, let's give him I think a better clap as he comes. Welcome, Mengestab.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much, moderator. And as we have already closed, so I don't need to say honorables and so on. So I go straight to the technical session. We are saying strengthening partnerships and building partnerships capacities for what? I would say, well, this is in relation to the CAADP implementation and the Malabo delivery, Malabo commitments delivery. So within that, at the beginning of the conference, you heard that Her Excellency, the Vice President, saying implementation, implementation, implementation. That was followed by the ministers talking about, again, implementation. That is what we need. We need to stop talking and we need to start implementation. And yesterday, I was fortunate to actually meet with the president, His Excellency, the President of Zambia. And again, it was a similar discussion. Stop talking and let's implement. And in fact, it's relevant to what we'll be discussing. What we discussed yesterday with the president was, how are we as a region reacting to the El Nino? We know El Nino is coming. So we don't need to talk about early warning because we know it's coming. And what are we going to do? He instructed us, form a team, let's have a project team and come back with an action plan. And that's what we are going to do. Now, this is just one example I wanted to highlight. Now, let's ask the question of what is impeding implementation? Because everyone is talking about implementation, but let's talk about what impedes implementation. Well, one of the key issues is actually financing. We talk about a number of issues, but we have not worked on how are we going to finance those. Another area is having data and analytics that would support you to do the implementation. Another area is operational capacity. Another area is advocacy and coordination. So if you don't have all these together, then implementation becomes a problem. Therefore, we continue talking about we are going to implement and we have more meetings. Now, I will provide you from the WFP's point of view, few examples what we have tried along these lines. I'm glad that Stanley Samikange who is here, who was leading WFP, our strategies. Now, in that strategy, we looked at the way we should work is support government's priorities. Now, the question at that time that was asked was, how do you know government's priorities? Well, the SDGs have identified what are the government priorities. The African Union has identified the priorities. Therefore, he said, in WFP, we have set up a strategic partnership division that is looking at how do we get the financing, how do we support governments to actually finance their priorities. And I'm glad, Stanley, that you are here. This is one of key aspects in WFP. Now, following that also, we have signed 2 MOUs, one with Afrexim Bank and the ACFTA. Afrexim Bank actually has put $2 billion for smallholder farmers. And so, and that is including CFTA. So why? Because if you don't deal with the financing aspects, then we are not going to transform issues. Then if I focus also on data and analytics and so forth, we have tried in Lesotho where we put together all the advanced satellite data at a national level, at 50 centimeter resolution with GIS package. And this is now available to everyone, every government ministry, so that everyone can see where the house is, where the land degradation is. That is the baseline information that would be required. Another example is supporting disaster risk reduction institutions. You know about how Freddie stayed long in this region. Now, I'm happy to say that the government saved lives because we worked together on early warning system. WFP and the institutions actually pre-positioned food and pre-positioned accommodation and also moved people away from harm. So that's another example that we could look into. Now, if you look at ChatGPT and ask how many the declarations related to food security in Africa, it will give you more than 15, nicely put together. But if you ask about implementation, it does not give you much. Now, one thing that we are doing now with NEPAD at SADC is we have established a small unit of WFP and SADC and AUDA NEPAD to look at how do we implement the priorities of those declarations. So these are few examples, and I could go on. There are more examples, but I would just want to focus now, so what is next? Because we heard from the leaders, we need to implement. And if we are going to implement, we need these issues to be addressed. And the partners are here, the governments are here, the parliamentarians are here. And in fact, at lunchtime, I was discussing with the parliamentarians. They are the key for decision-making, the key for budget allocation, for financing. So we need to work together. So I stop here and I will be around if there are more questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was Mengistab Haile, who's the regional director for Southern Africa from WFP, made some very good points on the question of implementation capacity. Yeah. And those three things that he talked about: financing, data and analytics, and operational capacity. And I really appreciate Mengistab, those examples from WFP and how WFP has sort of innovated around ways in which to work with partners like the AU and others. This is really interesting. So thank you so much again. The second presenter, before we go to the panel, is an old friend of mine, but currently Director of Knowledge Systems at Academia 2063. We all know who Academia 2063 are. That's Dr. Augustine Wambo-Yamju. And he's gonna speak about the journey we have had within the CAADP fraternity, experimenting. Maybe the right word should be experimenting with different ways of managing knowledge, building capacity, and deploying that capacity in support of CAADP. Have we been successful? Do we think we've been doing the right things? Let's see what Augustine thinks. So please put your hands together for Augustine Wambo-Yamju. And this is gonna be a presentation, so please let's have the presentation up.
Thank you, Robert. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very grateful to the organizers for giving me the opportunity to present today on knowledge management and learning for food system transformations. As we heard over the past 4 days, food system is the approach that we'll be embarking on as a continent, still using CAADP as the main vehicle, meaning we have to revisit some key components and subsystems of what we have been using. Okay, should I point there? I point there where if I want to be. Okay, thank you. So the presentation, I'm glad that my big brother Mangestap didn't use up his time, so I'm gonna take advantage and go through my presentation, present all the slides. So, I have an outline. Where should I point it to? Okay. So the outline of the presentation will give you a quick overview on knowledge management and why we need it for food systems. Then I would give an overview of knowledge management and learning efforts under CAADP and present a case study, which is in reality the value proposition that we Academia 2063 are putting on the table, and then share with you our key knowledge products, and then reflect on a few lessons and challenges and way forward. So knowledge management is the process, sorry, I don't know where exactly to point the, knowledge management is a process. Excuse me, where do I point it? There or here? There. Okay. Yes. I think I figured it out now. It's a bit delayed. Knowledge management is a process by which an entity gathers, organizes, and shares and analyzes its knowledge in a way that is easily accessible to users. So this involves some technical resources, frequently asked questions, and training documents, and people skill. So we're talking about a lot of data and method of operations to push information to the end users. So we need knowledge in the food system because that is important to map, understand, and address the key challenges by guiding informed decision and discussions around the pressing issues that we are facing. As you know, we are now getting very used to repeated shocks, a crisis for which we are not prepared. If we want to get ready and improve our level of preparedness, we have to be equipped with the data and analytics needed for us to be able to react and adapt to the shocks when it occurs. So it's very critical and very central in the conversation that we are having, especially moving to the post-Malabo. In terms of tools and principles, it's about capturing knowledge, be in a position to store on the databases, offering cloud solutions, and other tools to store and retrieve information at any given time. It's about sharing and transferring knowledge. This is what we do when we disseminate using the tools that are at our disposal, like workshops like this one, webinars, online platform. We are here today attending the Africa Day of Food and Nutrition Security commemoration, and the CAADP Partnership Platform meeting is an opportunity for us to share knowledge. As you can see from the various contributions, there is a wealth of knowledge that has been created and stored somewhere, and different organizations have been given opportunity to share with us what they have documented. The application of knowledge is also important because this is what you use to make a difference. When you are equipped, you are able to apply properly. So in the food system, we need this to help map, understand, address the challenges, as I mentioned. The link between knowledge and management and learning. There is an important link between knowledge management and learning because we are in a process that requires a continuous improvement using incremental elements to improve on our next move. I'm sorry, this is not properly not working. Can you please run the slides for me? Yes, yes. This one. This one. That one. Yeah, yeah.
Apologies, we are trying to do some knowledge management here. So I will just say next and you move the slides. So please go back a few slides to where Augustine was. Yes, stop there. Now go one more slide forward. Okay. Sorry? Back once. Okay, there. So only move when we tell you.
Yes, I was elaborating on the linkage between knowledge management and learning. As you know, we are in the process that things keep changing. We keep learning, we keep improving. So it's important to keep an eye on the ball, to observe what is moving and in which direction, and use it to strengthen the system that we have in place. And there should be mechanism to get feedback from the food system and feed it back into the knowledge processes to refine and update the knowledge that we have stored. There are several methods of learning as training sessions, workshops, online courses, tailored to stakeholders in the food systems. As you know, when you do your food system mapping, you come up with several subsystems and stakeholders. Some stakeholders are very specific to a particular subsystem, and their knowledge need will not necessarily match the one of those in the next subsystem. Next slide, please. So the assignment I was given was to try and look at what has knowledge management and learning been like under CAADP during the two decades that have now elapsed. So I'm trying here to offer an historical perspective, looking at some key moments in the life of CAADP with regards to knowledge management and learning. Next. Right from the beginning, if you recall, under the Maputo Declaration adopted in 2003, CAADP had 4 main pillars. Pillar 1 was about land and water management. Pillar 2 was about rural infrastructure and market access. And pillar 3 was about ending hunger, and pillar 4 was about agricultural research, technology dissemination, and adoption. For a few years after the declaration, African Union organizations or institutions, NEPAD Secretariat then, and the African Union Commission and the REX, they work hard to help translate the content of the Maputo Declaration, which was a political statement, into a set of practical and actionable activities or strategy activities. In doing that, it was very clear that a lot of gaps in terms of people's ability to understand what this was all about had to be filled. Knowledge was needed. There were not enough baselines to be able to establish the starting point, the point of reference, the yardstick. And it was also very clear that in terms of capacities and countries and REX, including the institutions that were responsible for driving the agenda for rolling out the Maputo Declaration, were not properly equipped. One solution was to look around within the continent and identify centers of excellence that could provide, with a track record, that could provide the kind of expertise required and the kind of capacity that was required to be able to help translate that political decision into pillar frameworks. So for individual pillars, there were pillar lead institutions. For instance, for pillar number 1, it was the University of Zambia and the SILS based in Burkina Faso. Pillar number 2, there was the Conseil des ministres de l'Afrique de l'Ouest et du Centre. This is the Council of Ministry in West and Central African countries based in Senegal. For pillar number 3, University of KwaZulu-Natal, the team lead was Professor Cheryl Hendricks, who moderated the session, the last panel yesterday. And Farah was leading pillar number 4 on agricultural research, technology dissemination, and adoption. For several years, close to 5, if I recall, these expert institutions, knowledge institutions, were able to effectively help individual pillars to acquire the frameworks from which strategic actions could be harnessed to inform the content of the NIPES. Because if you recall, all the NIPES were to mimic the content of the declaration, but the declaration itself was not enough, was not given enough room to see clearly what could be implemented. So these people had a role to accompany the countries to be able to deliver on their commitments. Unfortunately, for reasons that were not very clear, African Union institutions decided to discontinue, to dismantle the arrangement, and with the MDTF that the World Bank was managing, Tim Robertson is here. I'm sure he will be able to shed some light on this. The World Bank hired, on behalf of the MDTF, the Multi-Donor Trust Fund, a service agency to serve as a transition facility, moving from pillar lead institutions to the knowledge, information, and skill systems, KISS. Next. Next. Yes. So the knowledge and information and skill system, KISS model, was put in place to play the role that the pillar institutions were playing. The approach, the model was launched at the 8th CADEP-PP in Nairobi in May 2012, after a series of consultations among the leadership of African Union institutions, AUC, and NEPAD Planning and Coordination Agency at the time. It was intended to strengthen the knowledge, communities, and network within and across national, regional, and continental levels in ARC-related field, and specifically to facilitate consolidation alignment around thematic networks. Unfortunately, after several attempts, several meetings, several discussions, consultations, this really never took off. It never materialized, yet there was a huge vacuum that was left by the dismantling of pillar institutions. Next. Still taking advantage of the CADEP in Abuja, Nigeria, October 2013, partners, this was mostly driven by the one partners, I recall very well, proposed to establish what was called Joint Action Group. So this was another model that was being tried to try and fill the knowledge and capacity gap. And Joint Action Group on Regional Trade and Infrastructure was the first one. All the thematic JACs were to follow. This was like the pilot. It was formed with the idea that several JACs on the other specific would be formed. However, there was no clarity on the functions, the purpose, structure, membership, role, responsibility of the JACs. And this model, again, never materialized. Its operationalization never took off. Conversation carried over to the 10 CADEP meeting in Durban. The 10 CADEP meeting in Durban was a turning point in the life of CADEP. Next. From that conversation in Abuja at the 9 CADEP, October 2013, NEPAD was very interested in documenting what really happened or what didn't happen. What did we learn? What are the challenges that we face? How did we address them? How far off track were we? And an important exercise named Sustaining the CADEP Momentum was initiated in 2012 and run all the way to 2013, 2014 to a certain extent. It was intended to have a backward and forward-looking forward-looking review, and it adopted an inclusive and participatory approach. We are lucky to have Prof. Manji Rukuni. I don't know whether he's in the room. He was the lead expert working with Martin Bwalia to undertake this exercise, of course, with contribution from partners, from African Union Commission, REX, and farm organization and non-state actors. The outcome of the exercise informed what you have today in the Malabo Declaration that was released in 2014 at the CADEP in Malabo. The African Union had declared that year the year of agriculture. That's the same year I met Robert for the first time. Next. So, because the void that was left in terms of capacity and ability to be able to manage knowledge, to inform actions, to make decisions, trying to fill the gap, working with some partners. At that time, I was the head of CADEP at the African Union Development Agency. We sat together and came up with the model of technical networks. So we were in search of a new mechanism. The technical network model was proposed with the aim to accelerate the implementation, because from the Sustain the CADEP Momentum, it was very clear that the pace at which we were implementing was not good. We needed to double the pace, if not triple. But we were we were in no illusion that the infrastructure that we had in place could not help us deliver that target, that ambitious target. Continental capacity resources were very short. It was meant to help address capacity gap in countries in a systematic manner. It was very imperative to identify continental sources of knowledge and capacity that can be tapped into by countries, RECs, and continental bodies like AUC and AUD and EPAD. It was about harnessing and improving coordination of resources for capacity development, because it was very clear that there were pockets of resources scattered across the continent as well as in the country. So by rolling out this model, we were making the assumption that we would be able to tap into what was already there and ride on it. So it was launched in 2016, and unfortunately, several attempts again were not successful, despite us having established several thematic networks, one on agribusiness, private investment, and so on and so forth. Next. So that was the first part of the presentation in terms of substance. Now, the case study I was assigned to present is on what we are proposing about generating, storing, and connecting knowledge to decision and action to drive results. Next, please. Next. Academia 2063 has 4 flagship programs. The first one is a Regional Strategic Analysis and Knowledge Support System, RESACS. The second is African Growth Development Policy Modeling Consortium. The third one is the Malabo Montpellier panel dealing with policy innovation. The fourth one is AGWA, using remote sensing technology to predict and to forecast a harvest and others. Our dedication to knowledge management is something very strong. We have a whole department dedicated to these issues, Department of Knowledge Systems, with 4 professional PhD level, 2 senior associate scientists, and a few more in the pipe we will be recruiting. Our core business initially was structured around CAADP, now expanding to include other key issues like climate, nutrition, trade, and the like. Is a knowledge hub for data analysis tools to facilitate mutual accountability, benchmarking, and so on and so forth. It works towards helping countries to strengthen their knowledge system and enable inclusive evidence-based planning, formulation, and tracking. In terms of knowledge generation, data analytics, established in 2006 to help support evidence and outcome-based policy planning within CAADP. This program has been providing data, analytical and knowledge products to facilitate implementation and other undertakings. Next. 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 I'm sorry, Robert said that my time is up. So we have, from that program, operations at the country level under the local analysis network, which is an in-country network of people and institutions organizing and providing timely, credible, and evidence-based knowledge and analysis. So at the middle, you have knowledge management function. On your left, you have policy dialogue platform. On the right, you have strategic analysis network. Our role is at the middle. We serve as middlemen there to connect the knowledge demand to the knowledge supply. Next. We have been supporting mutual accountability in the food system in Africa, having been part of the CAADP Biennial Review since 2016, from the initial from the identification of the initial set of indicators all the way to producing the Biennial Review report. Next. From the second Biennial Review, at the request of African Union Commission and AUD and EPAD, RESACS helped develop a e-platform, which is an interactive web-based data to help store data, to help compute results, And yes, now we have been working in mutual accountability across the continent, having supported joint sector reviews in 20 countries and 2 RECs. You can see the various reports there since 2014, just before the Malabo Declaration. Next. Our key knowledge products are next. The annual trend and outlook report. CAADP implementation process is informed through the ethos. We started in 2011 every year with a future topic that allowed in-depth analysis. This year edition is on African food system and the post-Malabo agenda. So we are beginning to put together the critical body of knowledge that will be needed to inform what the content of the post-Malabo agenda could look like. Next. It will be released this month, at the end of this month in Kigali. We also have as a key product the African Agriculture Trade Monitor report, which is co-created by AgroDep and RISAX. It provides some analysis at continental and regional trends in African agricultural trade flows and policy. This is something that's very unique. Next. We have supported since the first BR, the production of BR briefs. For the third BR, we have published 17 since December 2022, 1 at the continental level, 4 for RECs, and 12 for countries. Next. Yes, since the crisis between Ukraine and Russia, we have been producing knowledge to be able to keep Africa informed about the implications of the crisis. We have a Ukraine crisis brief series launched in May 2022. We have a dedicated portal to store all the information that we have, the knowledge that we have created. And we share the analysis on trade, economic impacts of the Ukraine crisis on African countries and economies. Next. Next. In terms of our ability to constantly support knowledge to CAADP, for instance, we are here today for the CAADP PP. There is not a CAADP PP meeting that we have missed. We have always been there to provide content, to support the strategic content of the CAADP PP, to help organize the sessions. Same for the Malabo policy learning events. From the inaugural edition, Africa Day on Food Nutrition Security, the Special Technical Committee by African Union on Agriculture, Rural Development, Water, and Environment, which is a ministerial level engagement. The CAADP Biennial Review, as I mentioned, we help train the trainers. We help with stakeholder validation workshops. We help with the review of and contribute into the review of Biennial Review critical analysis. Last slide is the challenge, lessons learned, and way forward. Next. In terms of challenge, there are barriers to knowledge. We also have to work towards overcoming them. In the past 2 decades of CAADP, dismantling the pillar lead institutions left a void. This was really detrimental to the process. The ability of the process to work and flow naturally was hindered. Resources limited, both human and financial, constrain the system in being able to function optimally. Coordination and leadership was also poor at the level of African Union institutions. So because of that, they were not able to keep track of what was going on. In terms of lessons that we learned that I think we could take away from here, from the onset, now that we are embracing the food system approach, the amount of knowledge that will be needed to inform all the key actions that will be set in motion will be huge. So having a knowledge management and learning system built in has to be an integral part of the whole package in the post-Malabo agenda. There is need to mobilize the resources that will help to sustain the operations, Something that was really glaring was that coordination and leadership have to improve. It's probably about time, if we were to listen to the communique, about time that we embrace new technologies and leverage on best practices. Next. So my last slide is about our next major milestone in knowledge management, which is the upcoming 2023 annual research conference, which will be unveiling the ATO titled African Food System Transformation and Post-Agenda, Malabo Agenda, on the 27-29 November in Kigali, Rwanda. You are welcome to join the meeting either in person or online for a very engaging conversation for 3 days. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity for listening to me too.
Let's give him another stronger hand clap. Trust me, it's not easy to go through that history of, Augustine, shall I call it history of failure? Because clearly, CAADP experimented with a lot of things. I was following his initial part of the presentation, from pillar institutions to knowledge, KISS, knowledge something, to JAGs, to technical networks. And each time they abandoned one approach and tried another approach. So what were we doing as Africans? I feel I can speak a little bit more plainly. I mean, we had the official closure, so let's speak to each other a bit more plainly in this session, and feel free to go really into what the issues might have been. And also thank you, Augustine, for sharing with us the example of how Academia 2063 is managing knowledge and all those different things you have been able to put together, all of them in the interest of supporting the CAADP process. So I'm going to invite my panel. Hopefully we'll have a discussion, and then we'll have some time for all of you to maybe ask a few questions. Since it's after lunch, before I invite them, let me first of all ask everyone to just stand up and stretch for 10 seconds. Please stand up. Put your arms together. Let the blood flow a little bit. Yeah. I know that we have had some really good hosts here. We've been eating a lot of ugali. That's what we call it in Kenya. They call it sima here. So stretch a little bit. Don't knock your neighbor. Turn around, look around, stretch your hands. Okay. Now, using your hands, I want us to spell CAADP, okay? In capital letters. So, for example, C will be this. That's C. Okay, so let's start. C, then A. Some of you are really struggling with this. Flexibility is an indicator of longevity. That's research. So try and be more flexible. The next A. D. P. Okay, full stop. Okay, thank you so much. Please have your seats. So I have a really good panel. I like this panel, and I'll tell you why in a moment. And even as I invite the panel, we still have Mengistab and Augustine who may respond to some issues as we go along. The first of the folks on the panel is Mr. Victor Mbumwaye. Victor Mbumwaye is from the government of Zambia. He's a coordinator of the national, he's a convener of the National Food Systems team. He's actually working within the office of the Vice President. Victor, please, let me invite you up here. Give him a clap as he comes. Thank you so much.
Next is Constance Okeke. Constance is the International Project Manager at ActionAid International. Constance is representing non-state actors who, as you know, are a critical part of this process. Please give her a clap as she comes majestically. Can see. Okay, great. And then I have JJ, Jean-Jacques Bonigaba Muhinda. JJ Muhinda is Regional Manager for East Africa at AGRA. I believe we had met him before, certainly, and JJ is really representing an important technical partner in this space. Yeah, some of us are from this grouping, technical partners generally, that's what we are called. I believe we play an important role. And last but certainly not least, representing the development partners, I have Mr. Timothy Robertson. I believe he's in the, yes, he's coming up. Tim is from the World Bank. He's a senior agriculture specialist from the World Bank, but representing the donors. So that's my panel. Let me just say again, we have somebody from the country, yeah? So he has a feel of what's happening within countries, national level. We have somebody who is a technical partner, yeah? So he has a sense of what the things the technical partners do. And then we have someone who's from what we generally call civil society, non-state actors, and she has therefore that view. And last but not least, we have a development partner. So you can see why I told you this panel is carefully selected to represent important constituencies within CAADP. So I'm going to engage them shortly. And I think I'd be more comfortable if I joined them there. As I join them, let me also say one other thing before I start to speak to all of you. We can set protocol aside for a moment. We can also feel free to be politically incorrect for this panel. Sometimes some of those things that hinder conversation are things like protocol, political correctness, and yet the issues that we are dealing with are so important that they have to be put on the table and discussed. So I hope my panel will agree to be much more candid on what's happening, what's not happening, what should happen, and our experiences. So I'll start with a colleague here from the government of Zambia, Victor Mbumwaye. So Victor, I just want to tell you my experience, not necessarily from my country, because I want to be also a little careful here. But the way government is structured, we have agriculture, which is really important. But we have many ministries that deal with things relevant for agriculture. Sometimes Ministry of Cooperatives, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Livestock, Ministry of Blue Economy, Ministry of Irrigation. I could go on and on. They are all relevant. But we also have Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Industrialization, Ministry of Roads. They also contribute important things to agriculture. And now that we are talking about food systems, it gets even more interesting. So to deal with agriculture, you need a multi-sectoral approach. And yet ministries generally come equal. And it's hard for Ministry of Agriculture, for example, implementing CAADP, to convene all these other ministries and then have a coordinated approach. So that's one level of vertical, horizontal coordination that is a challenge. But it doesn't stop there. You also need coordination between the top and the bottom. We have governments, local governments, subnational governments, county governments, and so on and so forth. And then you have the federal government, central government. You need that vertical coordination. And there is one other fault line, which is you have non-state actors, private sector. They are not in government, but they are also important players. And you need that third level of coordination. if you're going to address things to do with food systems. So I'd like you to tell us how Zambia is addressing this big challenge. Who is convening everybody so that we can all work on the same agenda in a way that makes sense? How have you managed to crack it? Can one ministry bring all these other sectors together and everything works perfectly here in Zambia? What lessons do you have for others, the folks here from other countries who would like to learn from your experience?
Good afternoon, everyone. The audience is quiet.
Get the mic closer.
They can't hear you.
Can't hear.
Maybe I'll give you this.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon once again. Thank you. At least you are giving us some motivation. Thank you for that tough question, I must say, or multiple questions in one. But I think the very essence of the question is why we are here. So that we share experiences, we learn from each other. For the specific question that you have asked, we thank you, first of all, for highlighting that, because I think it's a challenge across all countries, particularly maybe in Africa. There is an aspect of silo working, which means if one is a ministry of X, their mandate is vertical, and they can only get instructions from the top to the bottom, don't cross sideways. So which means exactly what has been said has been the challenge for Zambia. Ministries have their own mandates and they stick to that religiously. So it is very difficult to go across. And because you have many of these silos, then it is also very difficult to have a top-down that carries everybody. So for Zambia, we started the journey around about 2017, looking at how, first of all, recognizing that when we talk about food and nutrition, we talked about it from a health perspective. When we talked about agriculture, really it was from a technical level where agriculture stands out. Even within agriculture itself, we had to come to a point where crops were probably looking more like that was the favorite area of agriculture. And fisheries and livestock was sort of subdued. And then there was a reflection that we needed to separate the two. So I'm sure you saw the two ministers who came here. They all came from the same ministry, but now one is Ministry of Agriculture, speaking of crops, and so on. Then Ministry of Fisheries and Livestock, to just make a distinction, and I think to give equal weight. But to get to the question, how have we managed this top-down and the horizontal coordination? First of all, we realized that we needed the political leadership from the top. And that's why you saw yesterday the Vice President was here to be able to officiate. And in that context, it means that we have that top leadership anchored in the law first and foremost. We call it the National Food and Nutrition Act, number 3 of 2020. You can Google that. In that act, it recognizes that we needed the multiple players to come on board. And therefore, the coordination was number 1 issue. And therefore, the top-bottom approach was realized through looking at probably placing the mandate in the presidents. But then people realized that, yes, the presidents looks after everybody. And therefore, there will be maybe not much time to dedicate to managing that process. So the nation agreed to say the vice president's office is more better placed because it has that supervisory role across ministries. So that was one. And then we looked at the structure that will also move away from the political machinery, more to the executive side. So you saw the secretary to the cabinet coming to close this meeting. So in the law, it recognizes that the mechanics of doing each and every day activity would not lie in the office of the vice president, but we wanted to tap the political power. So to give the technical power, the law says the secretary to the cabinet, who is a supervisor of all the ministries, would now take charge to coordinate at that technical level. But assisted also below that by the permanent secretaries, meaning these are the chief executives who actually execute government policy, government programs, including food and nutrition. So every permanent secretary is accountable for food and nutrition in their mandate or their space. Below that, we realize that these two layers, or let me say the three layers, the vice president, the secretary to the cabinet, and indeed the permanent secretary, they needed the food soldiers. So we have the National Food and Nutrition Commission, which is really the secretariat of the vice president, the secretary to the cabinet, and coordinating at that technical level. But now the National Food and Nutrition Commission had the mandate in the law to actually coordinate right up to the smallest administrative unit, which we call the ward. I think you can think about it in your own situation. The smallest in our country is a ward. So that is now allocated funds also for development and all that. So they can do also these other activities. But below, when you come from the bottom, you have the district, you have the province, you have the national level. So all these layers have food and nutrition committee, presided also by the district and the provincial heads. The chief executive in the district, in the province, they are the head of those committees. They have that reporting. So across, to just make a quick roundup, is that when you look at we've done the vertical, but the lateral movement is that everybody comes to the same platform like we have here. So when we call for those meetings, it is now for people to have their lateral arrangements come to the party, meaning agriculture within themselves, they have their own activities, but they are called now to a platform to be able to execute in conjunction with others. The hosting of this event has been co-organized by the various sectors under the leadership of the vice president. So that's how I think we've tried to get around it, but we had that challenge much earlier. But I think the engine is running now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give him a clap. So in a sense, you take it higher to like office of the vice president, or, an office that can convene all these sectors. I think that's an interesting, important lesson, and plus all the other points you make. Thank you so much, Victor. I want to turn to Constance, and just to say, Constance, that I think it was yesterday I was over at coffee and I overheard a conversation between two delegates, which got me quite interested. And they were talking about non-state actors and saying, non-state actors have not been as active as they need to be. It wasn't me who said that, I just overheard. And they have, this Malabo decade from 2014, Augustine was telling us the history. Have non-state actors played their role as they should in the implementation of CAADP? Has there been some failure or not from your perspective? And what can we do to strengthen the input of non-state actors, whether it's at country level, regional level, and even continental level, because everybody agrees. I don't think the debate is whether or not non-state actors can play an important role. It's, have they done it? How can they do it better? What are your thoughts? Do you prefer this?
I think I prefer that. All right, thank you. Thank you, Robert. I'm very sure that conversation you overheard was in your head, as usual. I won't really agree with you that non-state actors have been quiet. If you notice, within this KDPP, two major events happened. One had to do with the launch or the unveiling of the African Food System Parliamentary Network, and also the launch of the Consortium of the Youth. And I think to a large extent, the non-state actors, played a role in those two events happening. Because as non-state actors, we are like the foot soldiers of implementation of the CADIP at the country levels. And it's at the country levels that you get our representatives in the parliament who represent the people and who kind of, are the bridge between the executive and the people. And in our quest to ensure that the CADIP implementation is taken to the grassroots, which is where it should actually happen, we engage with the parliamentarians on day-to-day basis, share information, disseminate results, generate evidence to show them why agriculture should be a political issue and at the front burner. And it was during the course of doing this that we realized that in the whole scheme of things, you hardly see a space where there is a clear-cut effort to involve parliamentarians in the whole process. But we understood that they play a major role, which is why at every point in time, we always run to them, because we need to let them know what is happening. And they are the ones that will be able to, focus and put pressure on the executive to put on the required changes in terms of agricultural finance, looking after the needs of the smallholder farmers, especially the women and the rest. And this has resulted to them coming together to say, okay, yes, we recognize this gap. Yes, we feel we have a role to play. And you also what happened day before yesterday. They were here fully charged, ready to, take the bulls by the horn and move to action instead of rhetorics. And they also reinstated or reiterated the role and the partnership they have with the non-state actors. We are acting, we are like the silent tigers or bulls. We are quietly behind the scene. We are acting. Secondly, you saw the youth consortium. That consortium is made up of 205 organizations of youth organizations spread across the continent. They are part of the non-state actor groups, and they formally strengthened their structure, and they were unveiled and launched during this platform. The non-state actors, yes, since 2014, when they decided to work as a group, tried to make an effort to work as a team. Over the few years, with support from groups like Feed the Future USAID project, we supported that process and initiative for like 4 years. But we realized along the line, maybe we were focusing more on gatekeeping structure instead of the issue, which affected our engagement as a group. But after the 2018 KDPP in Nairobi, we realized that we needed to go back to the trenches to reorganize and realign ourselves. And so currently, we started off as amplifying the BR group, where we felt that we needed to be part of the BR process. We needed to take the results down to the grassroots. We needed to be like watchdog, be like agitators to our government to take action on the reports, findings, and the advice from the African Union and the RECs, so that they would live up to the expectation from them. And we realized that doing this individually was not going to work for us. So what did we do? Some INGOs that are working in some of these countries with the support of some technical organizations, and permit me to mention some of them. You had groups like ActionAid, CARE, Trust, One Campaign, Chamber Center, Oxfam. having organizations in the different countries, working with civil society organizations, farmer groups, and the rest of them, felt that while they had resources to mobilize non-state actors to engage, they needed to do it as a collective. They also reached out to technical agencies like the Academia 2063. You have Policy Links, you have AGRA, you have Water-Free Consulting, who all rallied around and felt, okay, let's see how we can help you reorganize and come up again. And what did we do? We realized that the best way to set up our space to have a collective voice was to go back to the grassroots. We started with regional groupings, identifying non-state actors, private sector, civil society organizations, farmer groups, youth groups within the regions. So we've established the ECOWAS non-state actor region. We also established the the East African Commission non-state actors, and also the SADC. We are still working towards getting the OMAS and ECAS. So working with this group, we decided to have a consortium called CADIP Non-State Actors Group. But within this group, we realized that we also had to give attention to some specific groups within the constituencies. So we specifically recognized the youth constituents, the smallholder women farmers constituents, the media. We also recognize the farmers. So you have regional farmer organizations like the ESAF, you have groups like the Peasant Farmer Association of Ghana, you have the All Farmers Association of Nigeria, the Kenyan small-scale farmers associations, who are also part of the bigger farmer federation, but they work closely more with the smallholder groups. Then in conjunction with the non-state actors making up of the INGOs, the private sector group, the civil society organization, the community-based organizations, coming together, forming a platform where we said, we are not going to spare any effort to continue advocating like we've been advocating, to collect, generate, and disseminate information from the BR and the CADIP implementation, call and request for accountability processes like the joint sector reviews, both at the national level and the regional level, and also participate in continental events like being part of the working groups of the CADIP, doing the critical analysis, ensuring that each and every information that is sent to either a region or a nation, or rather a country, is taken to the letter. And at the same time, working in tandem with the parliamentarians, because we know that with them on our side and supporting our advocacy, we would get the ear of the executive, which will lead us to where we are now. So we have not been resting, we are working. It's just that this time around, maybe we didn't have the opportunity to have a separate side event, but I'm assuring you after now, we have a side event towards a common position and strategy on intra-African trade, where you listen to non-state actors, parliamentarians, the youth, talk about how we work together to achieve the successes.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's give a clap. That gives me a lot of reassurance. Thank you so much, Constance. I just want to check, if you feel you are a member of civil society non-state actor, please just put your hands up. Let's see how many of them are in the room. Please just stand. Let's actually see them stand. Non-state actors, because Constance is actually reassuring us that there's a lot going on behind the scenes. Let's give them a clap. Thank you so much for that engagement. I think with the new institution, the non-state actors group and its engagement, perhaps going even into the post-Malabo period, would be a really critical input into the success of CADAP. So thank you so much again. Okay, let me jump over to JJ. And Augustine's presentation was very interesting. It talked about pillar institutions and all those things. I call it a history of failure, and I might get some flack for that. But it's not quite 100% accurate that there's no technical support and capacity available on the continent for use within the CADAP space. And in fact, institutions like AGRA and maybe others are providing and sustaining, maybe in a different way, the support, the technical support at country level and otherwise. So just want to give you a few minutes to share with us the experience from AGRA. What lessons have you learned about
especially at country level, providing technical support. What works, and in your view, if you have one example of what doesn't work, I would welcome that as well. JJ.
Yeah. Thank you, Robert. I'm not sure I have as enough support as Constance here in the room. I was wondering why a big group there was clapping for her. Now I understand. Now I understand why. But now they are pretending clapping for me. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. We're not far from the non-state actors as well. So it's a straightforward question to me, Robert. And the best way to put it probably is building from what Victor has shared. How do we as partners navigate the complexities of government systems that is just explained? Where do we plug? Where do we play? You know, considering also the sensitivities that exist in a public sector system. It's true, my own organization, AGRA, has a history of engaging and supporting and having a policy engagement with government systems. And I can tell you, this is not an easy space to play. And this is not only unique to AGRA, it also applies to other technical organizations. Number one, we all appreciate as a technical organization that in every single given country in the continent, we have strategies, we have policies, we have investment plan in place. And all these instruments that exist all the way from the longer term vision, you know, the development plan, even the sector strategic plan, we use them as entry point for support. So you don't start from the scratch. You just have to ask yourself a question about how can this be implemented? Where are the gaps and how do we fill the gaps? That's so important. You know, understanding really the landscape is very critical for you to design what we call an investment package for strengthening state capability. And the same approach applies actually, whether it's dealing with RECs or dealing with continental institution. Now, AGRA is an institution we learned from many years and came up with a partnership model with national governments that is first of all aligned with the CAADP framework that we have been discussing this week, but most importantly, that we have now packaged in 3-4 work areas, if I may call it that way. And I'll just run through them, and I'm sure we all play in those areas, probably from a different entry points. And we actually recognize that when we talk about strengthening capacity of government institutions, it's not about individual skills and individual, you know, competencies. It's also about systems that exist around that help the whole engine that Victor again was mentioning function properly. Sometimes we interpret it very bad and consider that public servants are not competent. It's actually wrong. Government hires very capable people. What often doesn't work is the systems for delivery. I just want to clarify that. Number two, one of the major body of work that we normally pursue in AGRA is really building on the existing frameworks and help the government, specifically the line ministries, you know, clarifying their vision for the agricultural sector development. Agriculture will be embedded in so many instruments, but when you see it and focus and clarify exactly the direction that a certain line ministry is heading, that's so important. Now, based on that, that's why you have an entry point of building an evidence-based and inclusive investment plan that we normally all refer to as a NIPE. Now, once you have gotten it right, the next step of action is actually translating NIPE into implementable program. In our context, we call them flagship program. And these are not defined by an institution like AGRA or Policy Link. It has to be a co-creation between the government institutions responsible plus the technical partners. The second area of work is really something that AGRA is known for on a policy engagement and advocacy. And I'm glad Patience has already unpacked that, and I will not really go into details. And again, I will insist on one word as I speak on co-creation. So we sit with the government institution, the Department of Policy and Planning, and together co-identify the gaps that exist in the system, and then agree on the analytics that is required and the reform process that is required. It doesn't mean that the actual formulation and the writing the policies has to be done by AGRA. There are technical institutions, there are local think tank, there are regional think tank that can do better. What's most critical is to unlock that alignment in terms of existing policy gaps. And then it can be a micro reform, macro reforms, and then you leave it to institutions that are competent to do that. The third one, as I come to an end, is the actual implementation or delivery of program. I can tell you from my experience in AGRA, but also having worked with the government, this is the most complicated. Imagine someone gives you resources and sends you to Zambia in a certain ministry and tells you to support building capacity for delivery. Where do you start? You know, what we came to realize that, as I said earlier, it's not about qualification of people. We came to learn that it's actually systems around. Do they have a proper planning system? Do they have a proper procurement system? Is there a budgeting system? Is there a financial management system? You realize that by unlocking those systemic issues, the capacity for implementation comes out very, very clearly. So most of the time, the mistakes that people do is to go to a directorate and they start telling the director that you have incompetent staff. That is too dangerous. So understand the landscape is so critical. The fourth one is the whole area of coordination mechanisms, which I think my friend Victor did very, very well. And again, in every country, for the last 20 years of CAADP, institutions and ministries and government have put already in place existing coordination mechanisms. Where we play is just to go in there and see, is the agricultural sector working group working? If it's not working, what can we do? Is the donor working group, meeting and aligning? If it doesn't work, what do we do? And the whole area, the whole purpose of intervening on the coordination mechanisms is to help aligning donor resources, private sector resources with the national priorities. If there's anything you can help the government, is actually to align the resources that exist in the landscape with their priorities. Because we recognize that government budget is not always enough. And the last point, Robert, is on the mutual accountability, which again, I think Augustine's presentation unpacked very well, including the whole area of results measurement. And here, that's where the knowledge management comes in. How can we help building an M&E system? Just by building a robust M&E system for the ministry, you see a change automatically. Because it helps building transparency, it helps building accountability and the trust among the donors and other operators, including even the whole GSR area that most of you have mentioned. Most important in this particular body of work is really generating evidence and consolidating evidence to inform the design of proper programs. For each of these body of work, together with our PIATA partners, I'm glad that most of them are represented here. We co-create together a vision of success, a set of indicators, and we have also been designing the digital tools to support this. Yeah. Two things to avoid, if I may just comment here. If you are engaging with the government, again, from experience, having worked on that side and this other side, it's so critical to co-create. You can go to the government with all the resources of the world. If there's no ownership, you will never make an impact. So don't consider yourself more knowledgeable than the government. Number two, it's so important to understand the landscape. I cannot show up in the office of director and ask them, can you tell me which policies do you have first? And what do you want me to do? Do your own intelligence and understand what is not working and what is working. Number three, what I've seen is also consistency. So you can't go to the office of the minister today and talk about this. You come tomorrow, talk about different things. He will just look at you and buy you coffee, and the next time that's it. Yeah. So and then lastly, and this is extremely important from our perspective in AGRA, is the whole area of political economy. I know we have not talked about it, and these are things. Most of the things that don't work, that's where they sit. We have seen cases of policy reversals. We have seen cases of very good progress. The next day you have elections, things change, and you have to restart from zero. what this entails actually, when you're engaging with the government, is to be patient. You have to be ready to restart again, and restart again.
Yeah.
As long as there are changes in the governance system, things can go wrong. Yeah. And if you are lucky and there's a policy continuity, then you can make a better progress.
Yeah.
Thank you, Robert.
Thank you so much. Let's give him a clap for sharing your thoughts with us. It's challenging. Policy work is hard. It's not easy. And it takes a long time in Africa. Sometimes I remember reading somewhere where I think they were saying it's an average of 5 years from when you start to when you finally get the policy in place. It's gone through all the steps, including parliament and all of that. 5 years is a long time. The assumptions you made at the beginning may not be pertaining at the end. So this isn't easy. And I love your point about consistency. It gains you trust. At least from our experience also doing policy work, we have seen that. I know there's an overarching question about how we technical partners can come together and have a coordinated approach to providing support. You know, like it used to be the case with pillar institutions that Augustine was talking about, and all those attempts in the middle, you know, the last 20 years that were not very successful. Okay, we have one more. And I say it last but not least, and I really mean it, because in this landscape, development partners play an important role. And we have Tim Robertson from the World Bank. So both from your perspective as someone who works for an important institution for Africa, World Bank, but also as DPCG, which is, you know, the coming together of donors. Your thoughts on this topic of partnership and coordination, and if you have some reflections on how development partners can more effectively, either individually or also as a collective, and I know we are talking about this at continental level, but also at country level, the donor groups, support the ag processes, whether it's CAADP, we are now talking about food systems. And do you see gaps? Do you see gaps, especially at CAADP level, that could be sorted out? Over to you, Tim. Yeah.
Many thanks. First of all, let me say I have a quote from a great African. He said, "I don't fail. I either learn or win." I think the experience of being in the MDTF and coming back, there's a lot of learning to be had. But let me try to map out some of the key issues. I think that we live in very unique times, and those times are not going to change. And looking forward, well, just looking back over the past year with COVID, Ukraine crisis, especially Ukraine, the demand for learning and changing the way that we do business, that was an extreme learning lesson for all of us. And I think looking forward in terms of how do we support CAADP, how does agriculture respond to the challenges of climate change? I think one of the questions for all the institutions here is how do we identify and spot key trends that are coming down the line? Because that will be essential. How do we maximize the potential of digital technology? How do we, African soil health has been an age-old issue, and how do we take on that issue and move it forward? I think also, how do we saw some of the transformational energy during this meeting, and I think the question is then how do we capture and spread that energy across a wider group of countries? And the third area, I think, is how do we engage in a wider group of stakeholders? So I've heard lessons from African research institutes that have really interesting collaboration with young researchers, and they put the young researchers under coaching and mentoring schemes so that they're learning the skills that senior researchers have. But how do you talk to ministries of trade How do we talk to ministries of finance? How do we engage with the health sector? How do we engage with border agencies? This is our future, and we have to learn to reach out and engage with those people in new ways. And I think the role of aid agencies and donor partners is really changing dramatically, because global events are going to be with us. The impact of the current global events are going to be with us for some time. And I think the days of providing support to the 4 pillars, I think 4 pillar institutions, they may not be there, because that was people will be asked to sit down and buy a 4-course meal, and I don't think we can afford the 4-course meal anymore. But I think there's the agenda that we're facing in Africa are now global, in a way that they weren't 10 years ago, perhaps. So I think the way forward is perhaps to identify those themes and those areas where there's strong international support, and to present models that allow us partners to work with agencies who want to raise the issues around those themes, but also carry them forward for the next 10 years. And most importantly, demonstrate that they're delivering results and showing the progress that is being made. Looking for business models that perhaps are more innovative and nimble, but have a strong voice a stronger voice, I think, a stronger positioning within the continent as well. I think the final, my final point is not really related to all of those issues, but I think is critically important. And you know, farmers like me are an aging group, and the question that we need to ask is, how do we take the knowledge that they have, men and women across the continent? How do we bring it forward and scale it up so that it's relevant to the decision making that we're going to need to have, the evidence that we need to have to make decisions going forward? So those are some challenges, perhaps also for civil society. Yeah.
Yes, thank you so much, Team Robertson, for those reflections. I'm looking at my time, and I hope I have a few minutes to close. But I want to see if there is 1 or 2 questions. Joshua, if I have a few minutes, from you for this panel. And remember also for Mengestab and also for Augustine, who shared with us presentations earlier. I see 1 hand, that's a hand, and 2nd hand at the back, and 3rd hand. So I'll only take those 3. And I hope I can move with this. Do you have microphones on the table? No? Okay, I will move with this. Just quick one.
It's been a learning opportunity from all the speakers and from yourself. Mine is not a question, but an observation. In the end, advisory work involves creating an atmosphere where both sides are willing to learn from each other. If that atmosphere is missing, you have a problem, no matter how knowledgeable you are. The performance of institutions depends, in my view, on motivation of the staff. And that motivation is normally killed in interacting with outsiders when the following are missing: the lack of a sense of reward from the interaction in professional terms, in financial terms, in the sense of being trusted or respected, and in feeling that I am assumed to be always dumb and to be the one who has to learn. If you have those conditions, you got a problem. You will not get very far. I know of cases, I don't want to mention the donor involved, where the tightening of administrative rules for running projects becomes so high that people just refuse to work. And then you say they don't have the skills. So you run workshop after workshop after workshop, you give scholarships, they come back, they still don't deliver. Because you're leaving them no room to sense that they are managing the process. You don't trust them for anything. Thank you.
He oozes of wisdom, many years of working in this space. Thank you so much for that observation. I completely agree. There was a second hand. I'm trying to find it right at the back. Yeah, I'll finish with you. I'm halfway across the room. I'm one of those moderators who feels comfortable to walk all the way to the back.
Thank you very much, moderator. My name is David Mvula. I'm representing non-state actors. I just want to reaffirm the comment that really non-state actors are really active in this conversation. My questions or my intervention goes to the OVP representative. Yes, non-state actors are here. Based on policy, how do you envision the partnership between government and non-state actors to ensure that the discussion we are having today are actualized based on policy? Because if policy does not meet implementation, there's a vacuum. We'll keep on talking, keep on planning, but we're not actualizing because non-state actors somewhat are being left behind in the policy conversation. So how do you envision this partnership so that as we move from here, we move together with solutions? Thank you.
Okay. So your question is to Victor. Yes. What spaces are you creating for non-state actors to engage with you? They want to, and they want to do so productively. Yes.
Thank you, moderator. I'm Simon from South Africa. I would like to request the members of the panel just to request and advise those countries whereby non-state actors are not included even in the policy formulation or in the implementation of the CAADP, to say, can you just give them a request or an advice on how they should improve on working with non-state actors? Because it's a challenge whereby things are just happening, but you find that non-state actors are left out of the processes.
Yeah, thank you. Good question. Or sometimes they are, viewed with suspicion, like what's their agenda? Okay, we'll hear what the panelists have to say about that. Let me take one last one here. That's Christo.
Yeah, thanks a lot. It's not a question or a comment.
Okay.
I just wanted to take this opportunity to introduce a good friend of mine, a colleague, who is in Zambia to attend the funeral of the speaker, who served as UNDP representative in Zambia, UN resident coordinator, is a former Minister of Commerce and Industry for Liberia, as well as a former Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mrs. Olebanke King Akinrele.
Welcome, madam. It's a very impressive CV, and thank you so much for joining us.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, we appreciate that, and thank you, Chris, for introducing her to us. Okay, so we don't have much time, but I'll give you a last chance, maybe a minute each in closing remarks, but also in response to some of the remarks you have had. One main one of which is, how do we create space for non-state actors? Just provide advice to those who are from government. There are a few of them here. There are not so many, but I can say, I don't want to tell them to stand, but I can see them. Not to be too suspicious of non-state actors, but how have you been doing it? How will you do it? In that guy at the back wants to know whether you will create that space for him to come and engage with you.
Thank you. First of all, welcome Your Excellency Akelele back home. Yeah. So I think to be quick because of time is just to say that first of all, the development framework that we are using now is borrowed on the principle of inclusivity. Just to create that platform for non-state actors. At the very top, we have what we call the National Development Coordinating Committee. So this is where our national plans are really approved, so to say. But the structure goes right through to the community. Now, I'm mentioning this because the NDCC is the highest platform where government, civil society, the cooperating partners, the church, and every stakeholder, they now receive plans, budgets, and so on that reflect the grassroots and approve and agree to implement together. Now, I'll go specific, for example, the National Development Plan, the 8th National Development Plan that we have, it went through that process. And when you look at the plan, it has got 4 pillars. I'll just mention the pillar that is relevant for this discussion, human and social development. Under there, you'll find program called Health, Food, and Nutrition. It had to be agreed at that top platform. It had to be agreed at the bottom platforms. And in the end, everybody agreed this is what we want. Yeah. And therefore we have food and nutrition embedded for the next life of the platform, of the plan. Co-creating as JJ.
And those platforms are open.
They're open.
To non-state
They are
actors.
open.
That's the important point here is that you need to be in that platform.
In fact, they are invited and they co-chair with government.
Okay, thank you so much, Victor. Last comments from your perspective of non-state actors. Government also is saying they are open. If you have any final reflection, just in a minute, Constance.
All right, thank you. My personal advice would be that as non-state actors, as the last speaker have said, the principles guiding the CADIP implementation talks about inclusivity and being part of the process. As non-state actors, you don't really need to wait until you are invited. Go look for the spaces, occupy the space because it belongs to you. First and foremost, in your countries, have you identified other non-state actors that are doing similar things that you want to do? Have you gone to know who your CADIP focal person is in your country? Do you know the CADIP focal person in your regional economic community? Then it goes up like that. If you fold your arms and wait until the government will give you a special invitation, hello, welcome to the club, it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
So we need to take the space. It's our space and we are occupying it. Thank you.
Aha, knock those doors, just go and do it. Thank you so much. I like that. Over to you. Final thoughts. And I did hear something from the prof there about how, the relationships need to be more balanced. Learning goes both ways. I think it's a bit on technical partners and maybe a little bit also on development partners. To be much more, some more humility on our part, I guess.
You're right, Robert. I think you are reading my mind because I was not going to comment on the non-state actors, but I was just to appreciate the comment made by our senior there.
Yeah.
And he's perfectly right.
Mm-hmm.
You have to sit and work for a ministry for you to understand probably what he's saying there.
Mm-hmm.
For talents in the ministry, for junior staff, or even senior staff in the ministry, incentives for delivery is just beyond financial incentive.
Yeah.
And there's no donor who can change that. It's a very complex system.
Yeah.
You have qualified people, as I said, but you still don't have results. What do you do? So we have seen situation whereby we tried and probably give like salary top-ups for some of the staff to get motivated. It still doesn't work.
Yeah.
We have even tried to give technical assistance to help them deliver. You end up having consultant or technical assistant doing the work on behalf of the existing, civil servant. It also doesn't work. So you have to think at it very deeply. And it is only the government system that can solve that. What we have come to realize is that junior staff, especially young talents within the ministry, they want to see a very clear career growth trajectory.
Yeah.
If they know that by working with this director, this PS, this one, I will grow one day, get experience, either be promoted in the ministry or probably join another organization, they deliver.
Yeah.
So let's think about what is it that affects effective delivery beyond just, cash incentives or other incentives. So the only thing that technical organization can do is helping reviewing the structures, the policies, and creating that space for people to feel comfortable to deliver. Otherwise, you can be stuck with people who are skilled, trained, educated, but you still don't have delivery.
Yeah, their motivation is very low. Thank you so much. Last final comments from you also as well, team.
So I guess my view would be that as we move forward, I think one of the key, if we want to achieve all the ambitions that we've laid out over the past 4 days, for me, one of the key areas that we need to explore is what is the relationship between farmers and buyers and the market. And I think one of the areas where governments going forward will need to look at is how you strengthen that partnership between farmers and the markets, and what are the enablers for ensuring that farmers get a fair price for the crops they're growing. Yeah. They're being asked to produce crops fairly, safely. So I think that in terms of civil society action and the relationship between state and the farmers, that enabling, that aspect of the enabling market, that relationship between buyers and farmers is going to be key going forward.
Yes. Please pass the mic.
Yeah, so thank you so much. I just want to say that this has been a very stimulating conversation for me, and I've enjoyed it right from the beginning. Remember, Mengistab shared with us some examples from World Food Program of what they've been able to do, creating partnership structures, being very intentional and deliberate about how to build partnership. And some of the priorities, whether it's financing or just thinking about implementation capacity and so on. And then Augustine took us through the history of attempts within CAADP, from the pillar institutions to the knowledge information systems, to the joint action groups, JAGs, to the technical networks. And we are here now thinking about what do we do? How do we organize ourselves to provide the capacities needed to implement CAADP? And then we have had this splendid panel here thinking from their different perspectives, but going around really what is essentially the same thing. How do we work together to drive CAADP forward? Whether at country level with Victor, thinking about lifting CAADP a little bit higher. Some of the best practices are, should CAADP be coordinated at a prime minister's or vice president's or president's level, so that you have the ability to bring a cross-sectoral, multi-sectoral partnership? How then do you bring subnational governments, and how do you bring non-state actors? And Constance also shared this reinvigoration of the non-state actor group. If you think about it, it's a renewal of the effort to bring non-state actors together, and they've played some role in helping parliamentarians to come back into the CAADP process. They have played some role in inclusivity in CAADP processes and other things, and I think this is an exciting development. We can only wish that it succeeds going forward with all those INGOs, but also the national non-state actors, civil society groups, and a lot of knowledge from JJ, who understands how to work with government when you're not from government, you're a technical partner. It's not easy, it's complex, it's fraught with
minds. You have to walk around political issues. You have to walk around sensitivities. You have to be consistent, spend time. I really loved it, JJ. Thank you for sharing those thoughts with us. And also we had the perspectives from a development partner, sticking to what's important. Even this last comments that Tim has shared with us about how you should even go back to the farmer, think about the farmers and engage them. And also just generally the coordination with the bigger narratives in development. The African agenda is not a unique agenda. It's also the global agenda, whether it's climate change, food systems, and so on. So let's think about what we can learn from what's happening outside of Africa as well. So I hope you have enjoyed. I hope you have learned something. And I really look forward to seeing all of you in the future. I know I shouldn't be saying that we are closing because we already closed, right? We were just learning. This was a bonus session, but I would like to invite you to give a very, very big clap to my panel here and thank them for being here. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
And I'll hand over to Joshua Wadhanga.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. Let's appreciate this panel again. Thank you, thank you. And we sincerely want to thank you for lasting this long. Even for youngsters like myself, it's been a long day. And so we really want to appreciate you staying on like this. We also want to say again to Honorable former Minister, Madame Olubanke King Akelele, we are so honored to have you here. And again, welcome and thank you very much for coming. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we still have the parallel sessions, and I'll tell you what will come after that, because that will make you want to stay on. But for the next few moments, please indulge us because we need you to give very helpful feedback to the AU and to the various organizations that you'll be taking CAADP work forward. So we want to do a short evaluation. So if you can stay put for a few moments, let's do that together. Just give me a second. So get out your gadgets, please. So you know the drill. So please get onto Mentimeter, and if you've forgotten your the Wi-Fi, that's the password. And please log into menti.com. We need everyone to log in because your input, your feedback will be very, very helpful going forward. And we'll make this as short as we can. So please log in, and you've got the code there, 32609641. It will be at the top of the slides as we move them. Okay, you see them at the top of the slide, but this is just a test slide. So let's see your responses, just to test how many of you will have logged in. The code is 32609641. 32609641 is at the top of the slide. So only 25, 28, of you have logged in, please log in. Very good. 40, 42. Let's log in. The others who haven't, the code is at the top there, 32609641. If you get to menti.com, not mentimeter.com, it's menti.com, and the code at the top. Okay. Good numbers logging in, so that's good. Okay. I think the others will catch up as we go. Looks as if, despite exhaustion, you've had a great time. So that's really wonderful. Thank you. Well, only 1% have been doing some other things, but we need some more honesty here. But we'll do this. This is good enough. Okay. Right. Let's proceed. So the next question. What should be the priorities of CAADP for the next 10 years? Now, we've talked a lot and reviewed and looked back the last 10 years. What should we prioritize for the next 10 years? And give top 5 responses. You don't have to type them in the same box. You can actually do it multiple times. So after giving one, you can go back and give another recommendation. So, and if you can say just a little bit more so that we can see what you mean. A number of you talking about implementation, focusing on the youth, small scale farmers, quality maintenance, implementation of youth-led initiatives, ensuring we include all relevant stakeholders in the process, parliamentarians, smallholder farmers, women, non-state actors, youth inclusion, accelerated implementation through synergies and concerted efforts, scale up agricultural innovation, money where the mouth is, more youth engagement, women and youth initiatives, private sector investments, rationalization and coherence of agendas, and concerted action on bridging the implementation gaps, agri-food processing within Africa, value addition. Okay, very good, very good. Thank you. Keep them coming, keep them coming. This will be very helpful. All right, let me move to the next. That is, what would member states need to do to achieve the priorities you have identified? Somebody says, implement, make financing available, youth integration, partnerships and coordination, finance, engaging all key players, owning the process, working with youth on the ground, maintaining mainstreaming CAADP, concrete resource mobilization and financial tracking, coordinating stakeholders fully, implementing free trade areas among African countries, developing training and AI research center, engagement with farmers at every level, political will, private sector involvement, intentional in investing in the sector, in agriculture sector. Very good. Keep them coming. Okay. Involvement of unusual suspects. Aligning with their own plans, aligning CAADP planning to budget cycle. Nutrition sensitive agriculture programming, domestication of CAADP. Very good. Okay. Okay. What about the AU? What would AU need to do to achieve these priorities? Reduce bureaucracies, mobilize more resources, sustain policy dialogue, monitoring of policy, more human resources, more coordination, linking more with countries, reforming itself and be relevant, ensuring coordination, encourage South-South collaboration, negotiate effective trade agreements that benefit Africa, proper monitoring, good policies, monitoring evaluation for policies, if they are achieved, and trusting more responsibility to RECs and to countries, design of common fund, African Common Fund realization, be more flexible in coordination. Very good. Very helpful. Wonderful. Thank you. We're going to collate all this so that we can see the threads that are coming through. Locating more and more to the youth. All right. Okay, in order to maintain the momentum of the CAADP partnership platform, how often should we be holding this event? Is it every second year? Is it once a year? Okay. I guess if they are to go with the majority, they know what to do. Once a year. Okay. How about, should we continue combining this forum, AD and FNS and the CAADP PP, or should they be separate? Okay. Right. 80%. They should continue to be combined like this here. All right. Thank you. I think we are nearly right. What is your most important takeaway from this event? If you can just think for a few seconds, you've heard so many things. What is the one thing you are likely to be thinking about tomorrow, or even dream about tonight? networking, implementation. Trade is war. All right. Let's talk more and more action. Government involvement, private sector engagement, collaborative approach in all aspects of driving the agenda forward. Good planning is good, but implementation much better. Political will is increasing. Zambia is really to be commended. 280 million people are hungry. Making women and youth a center of CAADP implementation. CAADP has been very valuable to highlight the importance of agriculture, but effective implementation is still to be achieved. Parliamentary involvement, be insightful, but we are a long way off our intended goals. Less gathering, focus on implementation. Africa must mobilize own money for CAADP. Youth are the leaders today, I guess, not tomorrow, okay? Implementation, women and the youths are key. Okay, thank you. Very helpful. Okay, so let's rate this event. Okay. The average is 4 out of 4.1 out of 5. So 80% is a very good pass mark. Hey, congratulate yourselves and the organizers. But the areas that are struggling a little bit, logistics and preparation prior to the event, interactivity, we probably kept you too long in long sessions. But this is a very good pass mark. Wonderful. Very good. I think we are done. Just one more. So. We had to get one. Well, what do you think we should do with the 2%? Keep them here for another day. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think with 88% saying they can't wait to go out there and become champions for food and nutrition security for our countries. That is really good news, very good news. Wonderful. Thank you, thank you. Okay, let's just one more thing here before we have to. Okay, after this, we go to our side events. We are quite late, but we'll do the best we can and without prolonging them too much. So you can see the room numbers there. B Hall 1 for side event 7, which is number 1 there. It's the next room. B Hall 2 for side event 8 is this room. For side event 9, and in fact, for the rest, we go again to the end of this building. So you go, turn to your left, then end of the foyer, and you see room AG2, AGO 01, 08, and 09. The organizers and the moderators, please don't keep your participants too long. We had intended that by 17:30 that you'll be ready to go for a cocktail event. There's a cocktail event and you are all welcome. In fact, you are all expected. And as you can see, it's organized by the government of Zambia, the AUC, NEPAD, and this will be from 17:30 or when you're done with your side event. Don't take too long, otherwise the choice drinks will have evaporated by the time you get there. So please remind your moderator it is time for the cocktail. So go and enjoy the side event, and we'll see you at the cocktail when you get there. We hope there'll be some drinks when you get there. Okay, and bye for now. We are not going to come back to the plenary, and travel well, those who are traveling, and let's go and be champions for our countries for food and nutrition security in this country. One more thing from Catherine. Okay, those who are moderating the sessions, please log in to Zoom, log into the Zoom links for the purposes of those who want to enter virtually and to participate virtually. So please, moderators, remember to log in to the virtual platforms. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, good evening. Please just sit and get started. for we have to go for the cocktail as promised. Yes, yeah.
The one moderating here.
Yes.
Can you announce that this thing? Can you put a voice to it?
Which one?
There's a cocktail later after the sessions.
Yes, I have already.
You done and amazing. You know, I've been it will be empty. Otherwise, I can't justify to my principles that I spent so much and no one came up.
I can imagine. Good evening once again, and I welcome you to this side session, leveraging public and private sector partnership and scaling up food security and nutrition, taking advantage of the African continent free trade area. Please, I invite you kindly come and take your seats. We have reduced the time for this session from 1 hour and 30 minutes to 45 minutes, such that we are the very